Is it live?
Yes.
Great. Hi, Stephen. And friends. Stephen seems to be watching from Toronto.
Sabina.
What?
And Sabina. I think might be watching.
Oh, is Sabina watching? Hi, Sabina. If they're on yet. This should be going starting at 11:30. So welcome everyone. Today we have a chance to go over a very extensive range of techniques. Am I supposed to be using this recorder? Is that a good idea or not?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna be getting my wife recorded, so it might be easier if that's just here. So it's our chance to go over quite a lot of material, and in order to go over all that material, we're gonna divide the day up into chunks, into portions. So first, I'll give a general overview, and then we'll spend roughly an hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour, on each of the 4 techniques that we're going to be investigating, getting to know. And then, and in each of those hours, we'll have time for practice in motion, and for questions, answers, comments. And then at the end, we will have the opportunity to do some chanting together. So we'll finish the day with some chanting. But before we get started on all that, Michael has some announcements.
So I just wanted to say welcome everyone to our first one-day retreat of 2016. We're glad to have everyone. Feel free to stay in touch about how it goes for you. And as always, to watch our emails for future events. Our next retreat will be on April 30th with Shenzhen. So mark the calendar if you're interested, and we hope to see you then.
Oh, a quick announcement about the purple coat.
Mm.
We found a purple coat. We believe it does not belong to a residence, so perhaps someone left it here in a fall retreat. So if you, for anyone you know, is missing a purple attractive coat, let us know.
Good. Let's start with just a bit of very simple practice. Take a moment to straighten up and settle in. Consider how fortunate we are to have the time, the energy, the safety, and the intention to dedicate ourselves to a practice to improve our lives and the world. That awareness may make you happy, grateful, relieved, or any number of other emotions. Contemplate the positive emotions that arise as we consider how fortunate we are to have this opportunity. We know that not everyone does. And we know that it's not guaranteed to us forever. But today we have this chance to act on our intention to make our lives better and the world a more peaceful and just and wonderful place. Attend to the positive feelings that come up as we consider how fortunate we are to have this opportunity to dedicate ourselves in this way. And now, set aside that particular technique, and rather than attending in particular to only the positive emotions associated with considering our good fortune, expand your focus to any and all experiences. And each experience that you notice, pay attention to just that for a little while. Pay attention to just that until your attention is drawn elsewhere. And then pay attention to just that. And continue to pay attention to just that until your attention is drawn elsewhere. And then pay attention to just that. You may stay with something for a very short time or a very long time. In any case, identify a certain experience, concentrate on it intently, allowing it to be just as it is, allowing it to be present or to vanish in its own time. Very good. And now, set that aside. And ask yourself the question. Ask yourself what your intention is in coming to this day-long retreat? Why did you come here? What brought you here? And when you ask that question, don't be satisfied with your first answer. Ask the question again. See if you get the same answer again. See if it changes. See if you notice something new about that answer if it does arise again. But in any case, try to pay less attention to the answer and more attention to the question. By asking the question again and again. If you ask the question, you may get an answer, but then answer the answer with the question. Why did you come here? Why did you come here? Why did you come here? Very good. And now let's set that technique aside. And for a short time, don't do any technique at all. Don't try to do anything at all. You could say that there's a kind of doing nonetheless in this technique, and that is that when you notice that you're trying to do something, stop trying to do that. If you have to try to stop trying, then stop trying to stop trying. There's nothing to do. Very good. And to finish, briefly give rise to friendliness, sense of loving kindness for yourself and for everyone doing this retreat, those physically here in this room, those joining us around the world, and for all living things. We bring up that sense of kindness, friendliness, and love. Very good. I was talking yesterday with a few people who are very interested in the projects that CML is working on. I was telling them a little bit about techniques like the ones that we just did. Did you notice that we just did a few different techniques? How many? Does anyone know? How many? 4. Yes. Oh, 5. What was the 5th? Loving kindness. Yeah, the loving kindness, that was kind of that was a return to the first one. There's a sense of cultivation of good things, observation, questioning, and nothing. So I was telling them about that. I was telling them that I had trained for a number of years in a number of places and learned different techniques in those different places. Each of those techniques has its own strength and weakness, and you'd say group of strengths, group of weaknesses, characteristic strengths, characteristic weaknesses, and that I found value in that. And it was nice to talk to them because it was a conversation in which we could share many things. Could share, I didn't know them very well, but it was a great conversation. Some of you may have had conversations like this. And right away you feel able to share freely. So I was in that situation and I talked about it, and one of the people on the call said, oh yeah, I have that sort of experience. And he went over his life, which was amazing. He said he was, and I'm not going to remember everything, but he was brought up Jewish, but in an increasingly atheist form of Judaism until his mother divorced his father and joined a cult, which was very much not atheist. And then she left the cult and married a Japanese Buddhist. He would often go back to his father, who had married a Catholic. He then left and joined, I don't know what kind of mystical community he joined. Mysticism of some kind that I don't remember. He then returned to a form, some combination of atheism and agnosticism. And now, oh, and she fit TM in there somewhere. Transcendental meditation was fit in there somewhere. And then now he's practicing modern, intensely secular version of Buddhism. So there we are. And he's, I don't know, he's probably 30. So he's got a long way to go, we suppose. So I went over my history, which is unfortunately or fortunately similar. And I talked about that. I said, some people would say that this is amazing. Often I said, when I talk about my history in the US, I say, I trained in a monastery in Japan of a certain form, and I trained in another monastery in India, and another monastery in India, and then in China, and I also studied the Lakota traditions for quite a while. I was brought up Christian, and on and on. Plus I got a degree in economics, which means that I was indoctrinated into the religion of capitalism. So I have all these different religious backgrounds. And I said, a lot of the time when I talk about that, that's considered to be a very good spiritual resume, right? I have my resume. I did this, and then I did this, and I did this, and I did this, and therefore I have a great breadth of knowledge. That's how people often interpret that. Now, I didn't say that. I just said I did these things. But people often in the West interpret, oh, very good spiritual resume, excellent. And so I mentioned in Asia, for traditionalists, if I were to give that same resume, describe all that, they wouldn't think, oh, here's a person who's very qualified. They would think, oh, here's a person who is a, what?
Dabbler.
Yeah, a quitter. This is a quitter. Yes? We now know that you're a quitter. Okay, that's fine. Two very different ways of interpreting exactly the same set of information. And I want to start with that because I want to start with that strong word, quitter. Maybe some of you had an intense emotional reaction to that. I wanted to start with that in order to make a point. And the point is, today we're going to, oh, very sad. We're going to go over a lot of different techniques today. A large number of techniques, 4. But you just know, but that's a lot for one day. And we just went over all 4 of them. You have now experienced all 4 of them. So if that's sufficient dabbling for you, then congratulations. You now have a spiritual resume of 4 techniques, just for today. When we go over a lot of techniques in a short period of time, there's often a subtle message given. Who was it? McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan said a number of very interesting things, but one of the interesting things he said, the most famous one, is the medium is the message. So the way you convey it is what is conveyed. The most significant thing you convey is the way you convey. The medium is the message. So the medium today is, we're gonna do a lot of techniques. Unfortunately, that means that there may be a subtle message given. And that subtle message may be, which is I'm trying to cut off right now, is, you know what? You need to train in a lot of different techniques. If you don't have a lot of techniques, this isn't gonna go well for you. You don't know what you're doing. Let's say that you only do one technique. Well, then you don't have any good spiritual resume. You're never gonna make it, right? That's a very common impression that you get, especially in a system like Shinzen's. And Shinzen himself says that, who's very influential around here, that one of the big problems with his way of teaching is that it's so complicated, and that there's a subtle message given that it should be complicated. Tomorrow in Burlington, we're going to talk about simplicity and complexity. I don't want you to get that message. It may be that you come today, you try these techniques, you find one version of one of these techniques that you like, and then you do that for the rest of your life, and you never try another one. That's great. It doesn't mean you're never going to get enlightened. It doesn't mean that you're spiritually incompetent. On the contrary, traditionally, you'd say it makes it much more likely that you get enlightened and that you're more spiritually competent if you stay with just one. You're going to stay with it until you reach the end of it. You're going to finish it before you go to the next. That's considered oftentimes in monastery settings. A lot of the people here who train full time tend to stay with one technique for quite a while. The reason for that is that if you can stay with a technique for a long time, which in a monastic setting you typically can, then you'll get more bang for your buck. You get more mileage because you're not spending time switching cars all the time. Okay? You're not going to drive a car and then switch. You're going to just keep on sitting there, keep on going. However, it happens very often in a modern lifestyle that it isn't realistic to stay with one technique. That's not a realistic expectation. On the contrary, different things happen in our lives, and different techniques would meet those more effectively. So for example, let's say, just as an example, that you're working very much on restfulness. And that's what you're doing. You're very, very restful. That's your technique. You're going to be very, very restful, very relaxed. You're not particularly attending to anything. You're letting your eyes see through things. Your body is filled with a sense of peace, emotional peace, to the point that you forget even the shape, you could say, of your body. Most of us have a pretty clear sense of the shape of our body, but it's possible to forget that. Or it's possible to have a sense that that's dissolving. Well, that's great if you're in a monastery. You can do that all day long in a monastery. You shouldn't do that when you're driving. If you need to drive somewhere, you should stop doing that technique before you get in the car. Don't even get in the car while you're doing that technique. Be sure you leave the technique outside the car, pick up another technique, and then get in the car. It's safer for everyone. And that technique would be something much more like pay attention to objects. Don't see through objects. See the objects. Attend to them very closely. Feel things. Be very clear. Be very present in your body and a connection with the material world around you. That's a technique. And oftentimes in the modern world, it's more effective if we can easily and playfully go from optimal technique to optimal technique. Switch here, switch there. And it should have a sense, ideally, of a playfulness. There's a prancing, flitty, fairy-like jubilance to this changing of techniques. This sort of bouncing about. Here we go. I'll bounce to here. Not so much. How about this one? Oh, that's better. Bounce here for a while. So there should be a sense of that. It shouldn't turn into a heavy, overwhelming mass of options, which you're never going to learn anyway. So why are you even trying? It's easy for it to start feeling that way. Oh, there's so much here. I don't know what to do with all of it. So try to consider two possibilities, and then there's a spectrum in between. You may, at the end of the day, realize, wow, I really like all these techniques, and I want to do all of them a lot. You may realize, I want to do just one of these techniques. I'd rather focus. I'd rather go for, you could say, depth, or I'd rather go for breadth. Each of us has to make our own decisions on that. And I'm giving this initial talk in order to be sure that we don't get stuck on the idea that we should learn a lot or that we should stay with just one thing. So let me give you a general outline. Spend the beginning with a general intellectual framework for these 4 basic techniques. The first technique that we did, have a special color. The first technique that we did was what I call, and I am adjusting Shinzen's terminology somewhat. I would refer to that as a cultivation technique. What were we cultivating? I don't remember. This is a long time ago. I know now. Been a long talk since then. But when you first came, first thing we did, what did we cultivate? I don't remember. Maybe in the techniques after you were so good at clearing your minds that it's just gone. That would be good. Restfulness? Restfulness. That's fair. That's reasonable. I think we'll go with that. So the very first thing, you're right, was straighten up and settle in, right? Which I had myself forgotten, so I guess I was doing a good job in my subsequent techniques. So the first thing that we did, that's correct, was straighten up, settle in. And that's the cultivation, you're right, of a sense of restfulness in your body. Also a good posture. So yes, that was a form of cultivation. I like that. That was good. Restfulness. And then what do we do second? What was the second thing that we did?
Why am I here?
That was definitely in there. Yes, you're right. We did why am I here? That's correct.
So is that like intention?
Actually, if the goal was to know the answer, then yes. If the goal was to ask the question, then no. Is that written big enough to be written larger? Larger? It's okay? Okay, this says inquiry. What did we cultivate? I don't remember.
Were we letting things just come?
Yes, we did let that happen. That's right. That's what we did next. That was an observation technique. That's right, we did that observation, right? Whatever your mind attends to, pay attention to that. That's right. What did we cultivate to begin with?
Positive emotions.
Yeah, you could say positive emotions. And in particular, positive emotions associated with the opportunity to do this today. We had a sense of perhaps gratitude, joy, relief, that we live in a peaceful, beautiful location, that we get to sit here with wonderful friends, that we can use this opportunity to improve our lives, that we can use our lives to improve the situation in the world. All of that is something that is by no means guaranteed to us. Not everyone has this opportunity. There are many, many people alive right now who do not have this opportunity, and we do. So there's a sense of positive emotion associated with that. And I mentioned just a few, but you may have experienced others. Sometimes negative emotions come up too, right? Like, okay, so I'm not doing a good job, therefore I should feel guilty because I have this opportunity and I'm failing. Right? That can come up. It can come up. We were not cultivating those negative emotions, even if they came up. We were cultivating the positive ones. Okay? So this is a specific kind of technique. this cultivation. It's a specific way of practice. We were cultivating in that specific case positive emotions, but before that we were cultivating restfulness. Yes? There are other things we can cultivate as well. A lot of techniques cultivate energy. Maybe some of you, who here has done any energy cultivation techniques? Okay, so just a few. But yeah, so there are ways of cultivating energy. And typically, when you do a cultivation technique, you're cultivating a very specific kind of experience. All right? However, lots of experiences arise, and that's therefore why we have this observation technique. If you're doing observation, then sometimes positive emotions will arise, right? Gratitude could arise. So what should you do then?
Pay attention.
Pay attention to it. Let's say that negative emotions arise. You feel guilty. What should you do then? Pay attention to it. Yes? Actually, an easy test.
Yes.
Let's say that you're very comfortable. What should you do then? Pay attention. Let's say you're uncomfortable. What should you do then? Pay attention to it. So all we're doing is observing. Then, after that, we did inquiry. We asked a question. And the point of it wasn't so much to attend to the answer, to get a clear answer. My intention is this, and now I know. It's not about that. It's on the contrary about now I'm asking a question, which means I don't know. And we try to deeply experience not knowing. Interestingly enough, no one really seems to know how this works. So I can't explain it as well as I can explain the others. It's very nice. It's not a hypocritical technique. How do you do it? I don't know. What do? I don't know. It's perfect. So, and you literally do, I don't know. Literally. That's what you're doing. You're doing I don't knowing. You're not knowing. That's the point of the technique. How do you do it? We literally don't know. It's fantastic. Shinza has been trying to formalize this and put it into some kind of algorithm that he can explain logically for years. Have you heard anything about it? No. Why? He doesn't know how to do that. So this is a very important technique, very important to him, very important to me, and yet it's hard to formalize it. It's just somehow something. And then after that, what did we do? Does anyone remember the last, or at least second to last technique? Yeah, do nothing. You remember that? We just didn't do anything. If you find yourself trying to do something, stop trying. So that one, I don't have a one-word description, so I just use this one. Do nothing. So we did nothing. And then what did we do to finish? It's in a different color.
Is that where we do the loving kindness?
Yeah, through the loving kindness in. Good way to say it. Through the little bit of loving kindness in. Otherwise known as cultivation. The reason it's in a special color is that I believe that this is more or less half of the practice, and these are more or less half of the practice. I think we should be constantly returning to this, cultivating something, maybe restfulness, but in general, cultivating loving kindness, positive regard, good intention, coming back to this. This is very important to have as a stable base, as an anchor in our practice, so that we can consistently observe whether these techniques, which are techniques meant to break us up, break us apart. We can break apart our patterns, our stuck places, our attachments. We break it all up here. We want to be sure that that's then being reintegrated into a caring and effective human being. So we're always going back and forth. Around here, at this place of training, the residents are forced to go back and forth constantly, a few times a day, And then in particular, to go into a 1 week, a month of just transcendence, just transcending yourself. And then at the end of that, forced back into daily activities in which you're forced to be yourself. You have to be yourself. You can't just transcend yourself. You have to get something done now. You have to do a good job at it. It has to be authentic. Let's see it. And we're not waiting until 10 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock, and we need it done by 10 o'clock. And there's a sense of, wait, and then as soon as you finally get into the mode, we're sitting again in silence when you have to transcend yourself again. And that point of being back and forth, can feel uncomfortable. But usually that's because it's not being interpreted the right way. It's not being interpreted as a kind of a challenge. It's not, we don't enter one or the other knowing, okay, this is going to be great. The challenge is to bring this into the next. So I'm going to build up momentum here, and I'm going to bring it in and become a better person. And then by being a better person, I'm going to transcend that very person. Here we go. But that is the way that this is structured in general. So as we do this overview, we're going to spend roughly an hour on each of these. But as I said, we'll consistently do the cultivation side. There's a certain framework that I think will be useful to look at this within. And that is to be aware, consider that in our experience, in our lives, there are two different components. One way to divide up our life in general, our whole life in general, is to say that there's two parts. There's one part, which is, what are you experiencing? What's the content of your experience? That's one. And the other is, how are you experiencing? What's the relationship that you have with the content of your experience? And if there's only one thing you get out of this, let it be that. The simple point that there are two parts of our, quote, lives. There's what's happening and how we're relating to it. There's what are you experiencing, how are you experiencing it. There's the content of your experience and the awareness, the kind of awareness that is aware of that content. Okay, the mind with which you perceive that content. So these are two different parts of life. You could say that there are others, for example. You could also say there's a whole world of behaviors. But let's just look at these two for now within this area. So in the cultivation techniques, now it gets tough. You have to be courageous. Don't worry, just throw out some answers, see what happens. We have the what are you experiencing and the how are you experiencing. What are you experiencing and how are you experiencing? Does everyone understand the difference between these two? Is that crystal clear? Does anyone find that isn't crystal clear? Okay, good. When we do a cultivation technique, are we trying to change? Are we working on, are we building skills in changing what we're experiencing? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, we have a big conflict, don't we? It's a big fight. Okay, try to calm down.
No, I say no.
Oh, it's a big fight, isn't it? Okay, once again. No conflict yet. In the retreat. Try to get through the day without any major fighting. So people say no to the what here. Some people said no, right? Other people said yes. Why would it be no? Why would we not be trying to change what we're experiencing?
You don't really have any control over it.
You don't have any control over
Not
it.
really.
So this is very good. Yes. Are you exerting, that's actually a good word for this. Are you exerting control over what you're experiencing or not? And here also, are you exerting control over how you're experiencing or not? And in this case, you're saying you don't have any control over it. Does anyone feel that you do have control over it?
Yeah.
Well,
Someone who said yes might. Okay, here it is. Big back. It's
no, I
beginning.
thought when you're cultivating something,
Yeah.
you're cultivating, well, I guess what you're cultivating could be a how, but it could be what you're experiencing.
For example,
You're trying to cultivate.
what is a what? That you'd be
I guess
cultivating.
you're right. Well, right,
What's-
because
what's
you
the
have
what?
to actually change them a little bit less, get less vehement about that.
Oh, the vehemence is dropping.
Because.
Yeah.
If you're cultivating, I was thinking of the loving kindness.
Yes.
And you are cultivating those experiences of loving kindness.
Okay, good.
A what, like there is content.
There is content in the loving kindness.
Yeah.
You're
that you
imagining
are
a
creating those
person,
thoughts.
you're coming up with positive feelings towards that person or all living things or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So this is a pretty strong argument.
But you can say
Oh,
that
yeah.
content is.
Yeah.
but you can
Maybe
say
she's
the
been
content-
converted.
No,
Have you been
I
converted?
feel both ways
Oh,
because
both
it's
ways.
content, but the content itself is a have content. That's why I got confused, because
Yeah.
cultivating loving kindness is the content, but it's also how you're experiencing with loving kindness. So it's kind of, anyway.
Yeah, this is good. This is actually this is a good point. So let's clarify the experience of, experience of, let's try to make this tangible. The experience of, let's go with gratitude. I think that might be the most tangible for now. The experience of gratitude. The experience of the emotional body sensation of gratitude. Feeling gratitude. Is that a what or not? Or is it only a how?
It's a how.
A how. In that case, I have a further question for you. What is a what?
That's the question.
What would be like if you're gonna grow a tomato plant? Right, that's what, you're growing a tomato plant, okay? You
Yeah.
don't have control, it might die, or it might not fruit, or, you don't know, so.
So what in this case would be an objective action? Is that what you're saying? You have to you have to change the world in some
Well,
way?
it's an experience, right? I mean, it's something that's happening in your life,
Yeah,
whatever it is. And you
Right.
can create it by growing a plant, now it's happening in your life, so you have a little bit of control over it, but you don't have ultimate control over it.
great. So when you're growing a tomato plant, are you exerting control over that tomato plant's future?
Yeah, hopefully, but it's not like
You're trying
You're trying
to. You're
to.
adding fertilizer, mulch, doing things,
So you are exerting some control, right? So you are exerting a certain amount of control over what you're experiencing. Because eventually you're going to eat a tomato.
Yeah, but maybe not.
Maybe not.
That would be an outcome, though.
Right.
And then how would how you deal with not having the tomato after you spend all the time growing it?
Right. Excellent. So if you eat the tomato, that's a what? And if you don't eat the tomato, that's a what? Are we there? Did we get that?
Yes.
So if you eat a tomato, that's a what? If you don't eat a tomato, that's a what?
It's the same thing.
In this particular way, it's the same thing. They're both whats. They're different whats, but they're both experiences that you have in your mouth. You either do or do not taste a tomato. Yes? They're both whats in that way. You either are or are not tasting a tomato. That's a what?
It's an experience.
That's an experience. Now,
Not
how is that different from you either are or are not feeling gratitude?
Feeling is a how.
Ah, very good.
It's kind of an adoption of an attitude.
Excellent. So then let's talk about it a different way. You make the tomato plant grow, maybe through control and intention, or maybe not. We haven't clarified that yet. You then pick the tomato before you eat it. There it is in your hand. You're feeling it. Is that a what? Yes.
It's both.
What is it?
Well, feeling the tomato, I guess is the what. But
Feeling is the what?
But if you were really experiencing how the tomato feels.
Then that's a how.
That's a-
But that isn't what I was just saying. We were just talking about holding the tomato. You're holding a tomato, feeling the tomato. That's a what, right?
Yeah, because you're feeling tangible things, it's firm, it's warm.
And how is that different from feeling gratitude?
You may or may not be grateful to have that tomato.
And you may or may not have the tomato. So whether or not you have the tomato, that's a what? If you feel it in your hand, that's a what? If you also equally feel that you don't have it in your hand, right? I can feel, how do I know I don't have tomato in my hand right now? I don't feel it. No? Pretty sure I don't have a tomato. So that's a what, okay? Whether you have a tomato or not is a what. You may or may not have control over whether you have a tomato, but whether you have it or not is a what? How is that different from gratitude? You either do or don't feel gratitude.
It would be, it's a choice how you experience not having the tomato or having the tomato, I guess.
That's the how, of course.
It would be a choice.
We're also talking about how, but for now we're talking about what's the difference between having or not having a tomato and having or not having gratitude.
I don't know that there is one.
Is there one?
Because you could either cling to that gratitude, that would be a how,
Yes?
or you could have not be able to accept that gratitude, that would be a how. You
Mhm.
could have an aversion to that gratitude, that would be a how.
That's
But
right.
the actual gratitude seems like a what to me, an experience.
That's how I understand it. That's how I would divide this up. The difference that I see is that for most people, physical body sensations are tangible, and emotional body sensations are this mysterious, unknown thing that seems to happen in the universe somewhere, maybe. I'm subject to it, but I've never found it. And with mindfulness, you get to find it. You get to say, oh, here is the feeling of gratitude. It's just as tangible as here's the feeling of a tomato. It's equally tangible. You know, the gratitude has a certain shape. It's primarily in my upper chest. I can feel it fading, decreasing in contour, and it contours down to a decreasing shape down into my belly. I don't feel the gratitude in my feet. It has a sense of warmth. It has a sense of waviness. It has a texture. It has a lifespan, like a tomato. You have to eat it quickly or else it goes bad. It's a shorter lifespan than most tomatoes. Gratitude, but still, it has a lifespan. So it has all of the characteristics of a tangible physical object. It's just an emotional object. That's all. So gratitude then would be a what? As would love be a what? And friendliness, and anger, and frustration, and fear, and on and on and on. These are whats. The floor is a what? The trees are what? In particular, seeing the floor is a what? Seeing the tree is a what? My voice is a what? In particular, hearing my voice is a what? If you hear a voice inside of your head making commentary on what I'm saying, maybe you agree, maybe you disagree. Maybe you have a good idea of what to say next. Maybe you actually don't hear anything in your mind right now. All of that is a what? You are hearing all those things. Yes?
What?
Well said. The next question, so we're gonna circle this. What is something that you are, as you said, exerting control over, right? You're exerting control over the what of your life. I am going to experience gratitude right now. I may not succeed, but I'm going to try. So you're trying to exert control over the what. Are you trying to exert control over the how when you do cultivation techniques? What do we think? This is tricky now. The first one was already pretty confusing.
I'd say no.
What?
I'd say no.
No. We have a no for are you exerting control over how you're experiencing it.
How you're experiencing it.
Because I think you're just willing to try whatever. So you don't care how you're doing it. You're doing it whatever way works.
Oh, that's good. I like that. So you're going to do it whatever way works.
The goal is to get the what. It doesn't really matter how you do it.
Great. Let's say you find a way that works. Then would you use that way?
Sure.
So then you are controlling the how.
Sure.
Good. Good. So maybe you're controlling the how. Is that the right? Did I get that? Maybe.
You're controlling. Yes.
Ah.
Okay.
Whoa. We are controlling.
Controlling.
Great. Does anyone vehemently disagree?
Fine, this could be-
Try to stay
Give me a
calm.
moment.
You've really been the center of the conflicts here, haven't you? Very good. I like to rile people up, you know. I had a tennis coach named Jake. Any of you know Jake Agna? Just one person. Yeah, Jake's a saint. Jake is actually a saint. We have a saint living in Burlington. His name's Jake Agna. And he's a tennis coach. And he's just great the way he when he has different people playing against each other, he just riles them up against each other. It's great. Yeah.
So my thought on this,
Yeah.
no idea where it lands, but is that if I'm sticking with, thinking about sitting and having gratitude and, and then my relationship with what I'm experiencing is whatever it is, the how, I can observe it or I can try and control it.
So what about when you're doing cultivation?
Oh, what?
When you're doing
When I'm
cultivation.
trying to cultivate the, then I guess I'd go with the, I'm trying to.
Okay, does anyone disagree with yes, you're controlling the how? All right, I agree. You're controlling the how. Absolutely, you're controlling the how. You're controlling how you're experiencing things. You're going to pay attention to the positive emotions and not the negative emotions. That's making yourself experience in a certain way. It's not just I'm going to create gratitude. It's also I will pay attention to that gratitude. I will accept that gratitude. I'll receive it fully and clearly and completely. Yes? So it isn't just what are you experiencing, it's also how are you experiencing it. Very good.
And sometimes you have to throw every tool you got
Definitely.
into the
That's right.
cultivation
That's right.
of the how.
That's right. And all of those, well, most tools would fit into that. It would fit into a how. The tools are the how. Right? That is the how. How am I going to receive this gratitude? I don't know. Well, I'm going to try a bunch of stuff and see what works. Good. Next one, observation. Oh, that's wrong. Don't circle it yet. Make them figure it out.
Is that how you make circles?
Yeah. Explains a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, really.
So, are you controlling the what in the case of observation? Yes or no?
Yes.
We have a yes. We have a yes. Are you controlling what you're experiencing? Oh, no, no.
What you're observing.
I actually want to say it a different way. I want to say it a different way. I think that now that I think about it, I have to take it back. I actually think control isn't a good way to look at this. It's about creation. It's not about control. Are you creating? Yeah. Are you creating the what for cultivation? The answer is yes. You're going to create gratitude. Are you creating the what for observation?
No.
We have some no's. Do we have some yeses? I thought we did. We have a yes and another yes and another yes.
Well, it
To work
just
this out.
depends on what the goal is. If it's observing a particular thing,
Like what? For
if
example,
you're observing the breath.
let's say you're observing your breath. Okay? Let's just say that you're observing your breath. Would you create your breath? No, you're not creating your breath. Let's say that you're cultivating gratitude. Would you create gratitude? Yes. Okay, is there a what that you would create in the case of observation? No, there isn't. There isn't. You're just going to observe, which is just what we did, remember? We were creating certain things and attending to those things. Remember? There were two parts. Remember we did this? Create the sense of being grateful for this opportunity and pay attention to it in a certain way, right? Experience it fully. Here, I said, okay, so now just pay attention to whatever. Remember? Pay attention to whatever you want, but do you control the how? Most definitely. You only control the how. So you stop, I should stop saying control, although I liked it. It's really about creation. You're creating certain aspects of how you're going to pay attention. You're not creating what you're paying attention to. Okay? Inquiry. We don't know. We're not even going to try. Do nothing. Do nothing. What and how? Are you creating what you're paying attention to when you do nothing?
Say that again.
Yes, are you creating what you're paying attention to when you do nothing?
I think nothing is something.
We have a yes.
Nothing is something.
Nothing is something. That's true.
Yeah.
You're not,
Nothing is definitely something in this particular conversation.
But are you creating that?
But are you creating nothing?
Yeah, by doing nothing, you're creating nothing.
Very good. So by doing nothing, you're going to do nothing, right? How can you, I just want to be clear, what would the nothing be that you would be creating by doing nothing?
I don't know.
Anything
There
that's not
wouldn't be
something.
anything.
Anything that's not something.
Nothing is something. The experience of nothing is a what in this conversation? The experience of nothing is a what for now?
I don't think you're creating nothing.
seems more like an observation.
Isn't absence, can't you create absence?
You can create absence.
Or would that be like nothing?
Yes, it would. And would you then be doing nothing if you created absence?
Oh.
You create an absence.
You'd be creating absence, which is a cultivation technique.
Oh, okay, so you can't create it if you're doing nothing. So the answer is
The
no.
logic is as simple as that.
Yeah.
So you are not creating the what if you're doing nothing. Are you creating the how?
Yeah, I think you are now.
We are the how?
Yeah, because you're making a choice to do nothing.
Oh, very good. Now that's very subtle, actually. Let's talk about that in a moment. Before we talk about making the choice to do nothing, which is a very good point, what about when you're doing
If you're
nothing?
making the choice to do nothing, you're doing something.
Yeah, if you're making the choice to do nothing, you are doing something. And what are you doing?
Cultivating nothing.
Yeah, you're choosing to cultivate a certain technique. But once you're doing the technique, and this is what you bring up a very subtle point. Once you're doing the technique, You can't control or create anything. So you're not creating the what, and you're not creating the how.
So you can't be good at doing nothing?
You cannot be good at doing nothing, or bad at doing nothing. You can't be. There's no.
And the minute you find yourself trying to do nothing, then you're doing it wrong, then you stop.
Well, then you're doing
Then
something.
then you notice
Well,
that
that isn't actually the way the technique is described. The technique is if you notice that you're trying to do something, stop that. Stop the trying. And if you have to try to, then stop that. So, the technique isn't actually, even though it's a confusing title, the technique isn't actually do nothing. The technique is more stop trying, but we call it it's
more like don't do something.
flair. Yeah, it's more don't do something. That's right. Don't do something. That's well said. Don't do something. Don't do anything. Don't do everything. So we have these three, and then this one works somehow.
I think that inquiry is what and not how.
Yeah, that's a very, you can jump down that rabbit hole if you want, but I've been down that rabbit hole for years and it just keeps going. It's strange, it just keeps going. In any case, I don't know that we need to know. I think it's contrary. I think it would be hypocritical to know, so let's just not know. Keep asking. For years, maybe. And let's just review this. The cultivation is the what. Now, here's a big question, which is fun. And this will be, this I think will be useful in our practice, and then we'll actually get practicing. There's a book by this title, which is a very powerful book. What is the what? What is the what? It's a very powerful book. Have any of you read this book? No. Okay. So, well, you won't forget the title. What's the what? What is the what? The what in this case has three. What has three parts? What is what you see, hear, and feel. Three parts. What is what you see, hear, and feel. Seeing, hearing, and feeling is what. How also has three parts. Concentration, clarity, and equanimity. Okay? What is see, hear, feel? How is concentration, clarity, equanimity? See is what you see. Hear is what you hear. Feel is what you feel, of all kinds. Could be emotional, could be physical. Could be voices in your head, could be voices outside, or anything else you hear. Could be something you see in your mind, something you imagine, or it could be seeing this board right now. All of that see, hear, feel. Concentration means that you have an ability. It's a skill. You have the ability to attend to what you choose to attend to at a given time. Whatever is most relevant at a given time, you have the ability to attend to that. Clarity means that you have an ability. It's also a skill. You have the ability to track what's happening right now and to investigate it. And equanimity is also a skill. It's an ability. It's the ability to allow the what's, sensory experience, to come and go without resistance. So when you talked about accepting the gratitude, you can call it accepting. You could also say that you're allowing yourself to feel it. It's somewhat more accurate to say you're not rejecting it. You're allowing it to come. And then sometimes it will go, as you said. You can't control the tomato plant necessarily. It may die. So then at the time it dies, you allow that. You let it come and go without control. But in a strange way, you can control whether you have equanimity. That's a skill that you can develop so that you have increasing equanimity as time passes. So you have what, you have how, and you have all of that functioning for areas of practice, which we will practice now. Any questions on any of that?
Can you say clarity again?
What?
Can you say what clarity is again?
Yeah, clarity is the ability to track and explore or investigate sensory experience. And the point is right now, what Shenzhen likes to say, in real time. In real time, you can track and investigate your sensory experience. So tracking means that you know, now I feel tight, now I feel relaxed, now I feel happy, now I feel sad. Now I'm looking at the wall, now I'm looking at the ceiling. Explore means that you can then investigate that experience. Yes? So I'm looking at the wall, and right now, even though I've looked at this wall, I don't know, hundreds of times, I'm now seeing things I've never seen before in the details of the texture of the stone. Yes? So that's the investigation side. You see, oh, look at that. And as I pay more attention, I see more details I've never noticed before.
So it has qualities of observation and inquiry?
Well, observation and inquiry are two ways of cultivating clarity. All of these are ways of cultivating, including do nothing, believe it or not. It's just that you're not doing it. You let nature do the work for you. That's how do nothing works.
Like planting tomato seeds.
Exactly. Exactly. To a large extent, when you plant tomato seeds, your job is to do nothing. That's something I've been talking about a lot around here recently. Because it's very common for us, especially at the time when our practice starts to grow, for us to do too much. Yes, so if you plant tomato seeds and you want to see, is it growing? What would you do? What would make good sense? You dig them up, look at them, find out what's happening. Right? Wouldn't that help? No, it wouldn't help. And then the plant, and so you waited so long, you had equanimity, it was tough. Finally, they sprout, and you want it to grow faster. So you think, I'll just pull it up and help it to grow. Just give it a nice little pull. It didn't help it to grow at all. And while it's obvious with a tomato plant, it's typically not at all obvious in our own practice. Think, oh, good. Now I have some peace of mind. I want more peace of mind. Oh, sorry, but you pulled it up.
That's a good analogy, I like that, yeah.
Sometimes you just have to let it grow. Easter's coming up, right? Jesus said something I quote all the time about this, about the mustard seed, right? Mustard seed is the smallest of seeds, but grows into the largest of herbs. So we have to trust that little seed. Trust that little tiny seed. It's going to be fine. So that's how do nothing functions.
You did actually just say something that I'd like to, maybe you could say a teeny bit more on. You just said you had equanimity, it was tough.
Yeah, right. Because a lot of the time it isn't, if it's real equanimity, then it's not tough.
Thank you.
But a lot of the time we feel like, I was reporting the self-talk, you know, that we weren't actually experiencing equanimity, we were enduring.
Yes.
And enduring and equanimity are not the same thing. But we often perceive them as the same thing. So we think, oh, going to endure the weight, as opposed to I'll have equanimity, in which case it's very easy. Well, thanks for clarifying that. Right. So if you'd like, feel free to move around a little bit, because we'll be sitting for about 25 minutes. If you want to move around during this session, please feel free. You can walk, lie down, anything that works for you. Simply be relatively quiet. Being mindful of everyone's practice. Let's begin with cultivation. Once again, let's begin by cultivating a sense of alertness and also a sense of relaxation by straightening up and settling in. Once again, inhale and straighten up. Exhale and settle in. Inhale, straighten up. Exhale, settle in. Inhale, straighten up, cultivating alertness. Exhale, settle in, cultivating relaxation. And continue with this, feeling how naturally these two qualities, alertness and relaxation, integrate with each cycle of breathing. And as you find a natural cycle, alertness, relaxation, straightening up, settling in, breathing out, all that becomes one feedback loop. As you find that becoming one feedback loop, create, produce, little bit, just a little bit to begin, of love. Love for anyone or anything. Create that and allow it to ride on that feedback loop. Don't work on creating a lot of this positive emotion. Just create a little and let it ride. Easy. On that feedback loop. Inhale and exhale. Alert and relaxed. Love. Resting, being fed by, being nourished by the alertness and the relaxation. Right now, the goal isn't to create as much love as possible, although it may arise of itself. The goal is to allow that love to rest on, be nourished by alertness and relaxation. This is something to explore. We already have a sense of this inhale and exhale, alert and relaxed. We feel how they support each other. We experience that. And then we introduce a little bit of love. And pay attention to how that love is supported by that feedback loop. Alertness leading to relaxation, relaxation leading to alertness. What happens when we introduce a little bit of love to that? How is that love cultivated? This is an exploration, it's an investigation. And as you do this, gradually bring forth the intention to cultivate. Cultivate that love. Allowing it to ride on, to be supported by, be nourished by alertness and relaxation. Concentrate on the love. Concentrate on it. As you concentrate on it, be clear. How do you feel it? Where do you feel it? Does it increase or decrease? Is it intense or diffuse? Does it have a shape, a contour? Is that changing? Is it pleasant or unpleasant? Be clear about it. And as you use your concentration and the feedback loop that you've created in order to grow a feeling of love, also support that process with equanimity. A feeling of love may increase suddenly, dramatically. If so, allow that. It may not, it may decrease when you try to increase it. If so, allow that. It may not change, it may be stable, like a rock. If so, allow that. Other emotions may arise. If so, allow that. Bringing your attention back to the love, using your breathing and that feedback loop to support and nurture the love. Being very clear about your present moment experience of the love, and allowing whatever is happening to happen as you maintain the intention to give rise more and more to a sense of love. Continue to cultivate love. Use whatever strategies you'd like. You have a few now. Use your breathing. Use the feedback loop. Alertness and relaxation. Concentrate on the love as you grow it. Clarify what you're feeling and where. And whatever the trajectory, the path of this cultivation is taking, allow that to be this path. Maybe fast, give in to that. It may be slow, allow that. And other experiences may arise, allow that, while continuing to concentrate on the love, encouraging that to grow. If you wish, you're free to, after the bell, do this technique in motion as you walk inside or out in nature for 10 minutes. Or you're free to continue to sit here. Establish the technique. The bell will ring. And either get up and walk inside or outside, or continue to sit. In any case, continue with the technique. That's most important. Continue to cultivate the feeling of love. The bell will ring in 10 minutes. Bring everyone back. So, for about 10 minutes, we'll have the chance to discuss that. Any questions or comments on that technique?
I appreciated you talking about the contour, paying attention to that, because I guess that's something that I don't do very often.
Mhm.
And just having that suggestion, enabled me to open up to that and, pay attention to it. So that was good for me.
The contour of the feeling of love.
Yes,
Mhm.
so that was kind of, a little different.
It seems to have shape,
Mm-hmm.
texture, consistency.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I just usually think, feel the sensation of it, but the shape of it, I think, was
Yeah.
something that I don't usually pay attention to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And as I said, one of the main benefits of the practice in terms of making our way through a human life is seeing that emotional experiences are felt. That's something that we feel. And that emotional experiences have the same share qualities with physical experiences. Something that Shinzen talks about a lot is that while this object seems very tangible and we know how to work with it, how to use it, and also how to put it down. Our emotional objects, the objects that we feel emotionally, we often can't relate to in any of those ways. We don't know their shape, their contour, their consistency, their hardness or their softness. And we often don't even know if we're holding on to them. We don't know the way that we clearly know with an object like this, but the emotions are what drive our behavior. So it's very important for us to be aware of emotions in those ways. So we can consider what are the various aspects of a physical object, and it can be very interesting to then pay attention to emotional objects. For example, we intentionally bring up a sense of love, and then we examine it for all those same characteristics, see if we can experience those same characteristics. For example, shape. This has a shape. This has a different shape. Okay, well, what about love? What's the shape of love now? And no, it could be different. It could change. It's very, very powerful because emotions are the primary force behind our behaviors. And unconscious emotions are the primary force behind unconscious behaviors. Wonderful that you found that.
Thank you.
Did it change through the period?
Maybe fluctuated a little, but the shape was fairly consistent.
Oh, great.
Because then I was kind of more exploring the shape because that was kind of newness.
Great. And that was relatively consistent.
Yeah, within a realm with some variation.
Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is one very tangible kind of emotional intelligence. A lot of emotional intelligence is very subtle, but this isn't. This isn't as subtle. Anything else? Yeah.
Yeah, I was, along the same line, I was, looking to identify where the sensation of love was gonna be in my body, and I never got a shape
Yeah.
at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I did, I was, for the image, for some reason I was thinking about, like, nature, and then I thought about elephant, and then I love elephants. And then I had a picture came in of a hunter who just found the elephant and he had cut the tail off. And then, in fact, it's a famous person. And then I said, okay, so I'm gonna love this person. And it was I was really, the amount of time, I don't think it was, I could do it. So I ended up replacing the image with a baby. and then I got at least I got the warmth in my body, kind of a sensation in my body, but no shape for me.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, first of all, sometimes there's a shape that we're not aware of, but other times, just to talk about the shape for a moment, because you talked about a lot of things, the shape of an emotion may be like the shape of a cloud. It's just sort of around. We can have the sense, well, I feel it. Is it infinite in extent? How does it go out? Do I feel it where that mountain is over there? Maybe, maybe not. If so, then it's like a cloud that's very big. If not, it's a cloud that's smaller. It isn't all, emotions don't always fit into the shape that we physically feel as the shape of our bodies. So there are other kinds of shapes, and it doesn't mean that, although we might not find a normal shape, we know that there may be one that we haven't found, but oftentimes there isn't one. The way we feel isn't in that way. It's just it's like a cloud. It's amorphous. So before we get to the other parts, did it seem that it was infinite in extent? Did it seem like it was in your body, around your body? When you felt it?
Yeah, it was elusive for me, actually.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it felt elusive for whatever reason. I mean, I felt love before, many times, but this particular time it seemed elusive and
Yeah.
it's like floating around. And finally, it did settle in.
Uh-huh.
It's a little warm feeling in my chest, I guess, my
Yeah.
heart.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Great. So that floating around is very common and shouldn't be resisted. We shouldn't think that that's not as good as it settling in to, for example, your heart. The floating around is a kind of shape in itself. And we need to expand our sense of shape to fit that in. If that's how it feels, then that's how it feels. We can't say that's the wrong way for it to feel, so I'm going to make it feel a different way. Although you might find that then something does settle in, and that's also then how it feels. But that's very important regarding the equanimity aspect of the training. And if it feels a certain way, then that is how it feels. And we don't want to make that wrong because we heard something like it should have a shape or something like that. That is how it is. So there we are. This whole thing is about experience. We talked about what we experience, how we experience, but ultimately it's about experience. And what you're experiencing is what you're experiencing. There isn't a way for you to be wrong about that because it's what you're experiencing. So that's very important because a lot of what's said here can become an obstruction. We hear about it and then we try to make our experience be the way we heard it was supposed to be. That's not equanimity, however, so we want a sense of equanimity with what we're experiencing. So you use the term floating around. Great, that's a kind of shape. I think I may be referring to the same thing when I say it's like a cloud. Something floating around. Sometimes it seems bigger, smaller. It's amorphous and yet present. Maybe we're talking about the same thing. The one point that I would like to say, though, is that for many people, especially, not that I'm talking about you, because I'm talking in general right now, but often for many men, if we can't visualize the shape, we think we can't feel the shape. All the time when we're asked what is the shape, we try to come up with a visual, because we're often quite visual. So you think about the shape and try to get an image of the shape, but that will make it very elusive because it isn't something that you're seeing, it's something that you're feeling. So can you feel the shape? That's very different from can you see the shape. Can you see the shape you feel is different from can you feel the shape you feel. And then whatever shape you feel is the shape. It is it. That's it. And the concept of shape needs to expand out to fit whatever it is that we feel. Because in fact, that's what we're feeling. So that is often for many people a big shift because we subconsciously try to see what we're feeling. You can even try it with just normal normal, I say, funny, physical feeling. So if you take your hand and you touch something and feel it, you may be able to distinguish between the part of the experience that you're feeling and the images that are happening in your mind of your hand touching something and feeling it. Those are different things. One is feeling the object, the other is seeing your hand feel the object. And if you pay attention, you'll notice that in certain ways, they're really quite different. For example, I can see right now as I'm touching, I don't know if any of you still have your eyes open or not, but right now I'm touching my shawl with my hand, with 4 fingers. And when I feel that, I don't feel the 4 fingers. I feel one texture. But when I see that, I see 4 fingers. So if I were to feel, I'd say it's one piece. But if I look in my mind at what's happening, I see 4 pieces. And that way it seems that the felt shape and the seen shape are different. So that might be useful. It might relate to your experience or not, but I think it's worth bringing up. And then the other point you brought up was very significant as well. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Other point you brought up was very significant as well. That you brought up a sense of love for elephants.
Right.
And then there was a sense of something that was not love that came up with it. Isn't that right?
Yeah, right. For whatever reason, I shifted from the thinking of an elephant that I do love and think, because I saw an image recently,
Mm-hmm.
just popped in about that,
Mm-hmm.
very negative,
Mm-hmm.
more horrific for me, like the most horrific kind of thing that can happen, really.
Yeah.
And, right. But then I decided, for whatever reason, I decided, okay, look, you know what, this is a human being, and I'm going to focus my love on that person.
Yeah, right.
And I wasn't too successful.
Yeah.
A little successful, but not really very.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you end up feeling good about the work that you put in, trying to focus your love?
Yeah, definitely. It was a very good, the whole experience was very good for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, very positive. Yeah. Yeah. Because I've practiced that in other areas of my life, just as a general thing, so that I can kind of get over stuff.
Yeah.
It just takes time.
Yeah.
A lot of time, actually.
Yeah.
For me, it does. It takes a lot of time to shift to where I could actually have a complete, full love for this individual.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen quickly for me.
Yeah. I appreciate that you say that. We have such a desire for all this to happen fast that sometimes it doesn't happen at all. So it's very important to take that time. To be willing to take whatever time it takes. I'd like to add something to that. That is that there are, you might say, 2 different kinds of love. Is one way to think about it. There's love in the sense that as you're doing this technique, you're focusing on the elephant, for example, generating a sense of love. We then notice quickly, and if we notice this as you did, again, we're not doing it wrong. On the contrary, this is the arising of wisdom. We notice that negative things come with that. Negative things come along with that. That doesn't mean that we're doing anything wrong. Actually, it means that we have an unconditional acceptance of the way things are. Yes? We accept it. We don't allow our love for, say, elephants to cause us to be ignorant regarding the plight of elephants. That would be unfortunate. If because we love someone, something, we become insensitive to the suffering of that person or thing. Elephant, for example. Wouldn't that be unfortunate? But it happens often. So it's wonderful to have the maturity to accept that this is the reality. That's a kind of love, you could say. It's an unconditional acceptance. It's difficult, though, because we use the same language often, to distinguish that from whether we conditionally accept. So that means conditional acceptance would be, do we see that happening and think, well, there's nothing I can do about that. Or it's okay, things are just the way they are and I should just accept that. As opposed to seeing I'm open to the way things are, and that informs me regarding what I need to do to change the way things are, which is often very important. And in terms of cultivation, that part, the behavior part, is important. It's very important to take intentional action to change what is experienced in this world. So we can change that by bringing up a sense of love within, naturally. But that's not all of cultivation. We can also change what happens on the outside. We can plant a tomato plant. We don't have total control, but we can plant the plant. The seeds may or may not grow. Digging them up isn't going to help, but we can put them in the ground. We can plant other seeds, right? Regarding elephants, for example. There are things that can be done. And we can do those things. And the reason I'm spending so much time on this is that I feel strongly about it, and I think that the modern mindfulness movement hasn't yet done a very good job of dealing with this issue. There are two things that will prevent us from taking that action. One is that because we don't have the unconditional acceptance that you just talked about, imagine your love for elephants, and then with that came the knowledge of problems that real elephants are really facing today in ways that are, as you say, horrific. We accept that reality, and we accept it on an emotional level. We're willing to experience that pain. If we aren't willing to do that, then we're not motivated to take the action that needs to be taken. And one thing that's very hard for me is that so often when people say, I practice meditation and everything's good the way it is, I've now realized everything's fine as it is, that what's really being said isn't that. What's really being said is, I've practiced becoming emotionally numb. And my meditation is really pretty good at maintaining a steady state of numbness, complacency. I've successfully used sitting meditation to become complacent. So that is a real problem if we want to take effective action. But the other problem, the other side of it, the first part is we're not able to accept things just as they are fully, becoming totally vulnerable to that. Yes? That's a kind of love, actually. That's becoming, let's put it this way. When we become totally open to the way things are, we become vulnerable. It's not, we become numb and complacent. So that happens first, and that's important. But there's something else that can prevent effective action as well. And that is that we can't distinguish between the unconditional acceptance of the way things are, yes, and the conditional, how do I say, rejection maybe? Interference with, control of the way things are. So we see, in a conditional sense, the conditions here are bad. I do not accept this. That's actually a part of this cultivation technique. And because the word is the same, acceptance in terms of an ultimate unconditional sense, ultimate unconditional love, versus conditional anger, sadness, fear, creativity, hope, excitement, exhilaration. On the conditional level, these things are different. And so we need to do very specific things. We need to take specific actions by not accepting things as they are. And that, strange as it might seem, is part of this practice. It often seems as if that isn't the case. But it is the case. To be able to take action is part of it. So we need to do both things. We need to love so fully that we accept things as they are. And we need to love so fully that we change the way things are. And interestingly, I think in your report, you're expressing both of these. It's a beautiful expression. You bring up both points. It's a very, very mature emotional analysis, I'd say, of the situation. Anything else on that you wanted to add?
Thank you.
All right, let's continue on then. I'm going to do two of these together, and then we'll have another chance to do practice in motion. We'll move to the observation and the inquiry. I hope to make the observation technique crystal clear. I hope that you will know exactly how to do observation. I'll give very clear, succinct instructions, at least according to my standards. I'll do my best. And I will then teach you inquiry. And if you're confused about how to do that, that's completely fine with me. The instructions may not be clear. It may be confusing. That's okay. No problem. Just go with that. Just go with the confusion. You may not know how to do it, or why to do it, or what you're doing. That's fine. Once again, take a moment to straighten up and settle in. And allow your attention to be carried to whatever it's attracted to. That may be something that you see on the outside if your eyes are open, on the inside, meaning your mental images if your eyes are closed. Maybe something that you hear on the inside, perhaps your or someone else's voice. On the outside, sounds in the room. Something that you feel the inside, emotions, whatever is arising now. The outside, experience of your body, touching the cushion or feeling the temperature of the room. And whatever your attention is drawn to, pay attention to that. Pay attention means that you concentrate on it very clearly. Clearly means that you know it for what it is right now, and that you investigate it, that you explore it, and that you allow it to be what it is. Allow it to pass away when it passes away. In each moment, be very attentive to what you're paying attention to, and pay attention to it. set aside the question of what you're paying attention to. Perhaps it'd be better to say, set aside the intention to pay attention to any particular thing. If something comfortable arises, that's good. If something uncomfortable arises, in terms of this technique, that's equally good. Put your effort into how you're paying attention. In particular, are you experiencing this experience fully? With concentration, with clarity, with equanimity. If you're paying attention to an inhale, concentrate on that inhale. Know this is the experience of inhaling. Allow that inhale to arise and pass away. If you're paying attention to an exhale, concentrate on the feeling of exhaling. Be clear. This is an exhale. And allow that exhale to arise and pass away. If you're paying attention to an emotion, concentrate fully. Pay full attention to that emotion. Being clear, this is an emotion. Allowing that emotion to arise and pass away. Experience that emotion completely. If you're paying attention to a thought, concentrate on that thought, knowing this is a thought. This is the experience of thinking. Allowing that thinking to arise and pass away. Experience that thought completely. And just the same, whatever experience arises, without trying to have a particular experience, have this experience completely. Wherever your attention is drawn, that's fine. Wherever your attention lands, that's fine. Once it lands on any object, anything at all, any sort of experience, anything you see or hear or feel, experience that completely. Concentrate on it fully. Clarify it precisely and directly. And let go of it as you do that. Attend to it and let go of it at the same time. Penetrate the experience and let go of it at the same time. Pay attention. Pay attention. Notice. Notice. Let go. Let go. When your attention finds something, pay attention to it. Notice something about it. Let go of it. Practice this. Practice this. It's a matter of taking these steps one after the next. Pay attention. Notice. Let go. 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 Very good. If you'd like, Feel free to move a little bit. We'll continue to sit for about a half an hour more. Feel free to adjust your position. Take a sip of water, whatever your body needs. Very good. Setting aside the observation technique. Ask a question. There are many questions that can be asked. Who am I? Where am I? What is awareness? There are many questions that can be asked, but for now, unless you have a question that you'd like to work with, simply ask the question, what is this? Or you can even shorten it to what? Examine what this is. What is this? Don't be satisfied with any answer. Not any answer you've heard today or any answer you've heard before, any answer you've thought up yourself. Simply ask the question again, asking for an even more accurate, complete answer. Whatever the answer was, ask for an even more accurate, even more complete answer. Ask the question, and if you get an answer, answer that answer with the question. If you don't get an answer, ask the question again. Until the question seems to draw us more and more deeply into our experience. More and more deeply into our experience. What is this? There's no need for an intellectual explanation. If we get an intellectual explanation, then we know, this is an intellectual explanation. What is this? What is an intellectual explanation? Oh, it's enough. It's this, it's that. And what is this? And what is this? What is this? What is this? Until all of the opinions become tiresome. And we can begin to directly experience this. And have the direct experience of this be the answer, rather than the explanation. But we're not even satisfied with that. We continue to ask, what is this? What is this? Until there's just one mass of confusion. Continue to ask the question. You may know what it means, you may not know what it means. You may know why, you may not know why. Continue to ask, ask, ask. Continue to ask the question. It's okay to get an answer and then ask for something even more accurate, complete, deep, true. Or it's possible to ask and then ask again even before an answer can arise. Simply ask until we don't know. And question gives us that opportunity. Directly experience not knowing. To know that we don't know. Let a new kind of knowledge arise. Very good. I'll ring the bell and then we'll have 20 minutes to continue this technique in motion while we walk inside or outside. In 20 minutes, we'll ring the bell again to call everyone back. And then 1/4 begin the next portion. For this next period, use one or the other or both of these two techniques, inquiry or observation, as you continue to practice in motion. Are there any questions or comments? Reports on those techniques?
I usually excuse me, usually have difficulty staying concentrated with my eyes open. Today I sort of the opposite downstairs with the leaves moving around. It's as if they were alive. And then in the beginning, they reminded me to concentrate on love. That's what came to me, which is, it's odd, but I'm going with it. So I like that. It's nice that I can have clear concentration with my eyes open.
Yeah. And do you have any sense of what prepared you for that experience?
I really don't. I don't know if it was the introduction, talking about the cultivation, and I really don't. It's interesting that the first time I saw them moving and they were like, I was like, well, looking around to see if anybody else was seeing it, but the fact that they reminded me of love, I thought was just, it was cool. Good.
So there isn't a sense of what it might have been that allowed that experience to happen.
No, because it's actually quite the opposite of what I usually experience. It's the movement that distracts me. And in this case, it was like the lawn was alive and all the leaves were moving.
It was very well put. It was very well expressed. I don't want to cover it over with clunky questions. But I do want to ask you a bit more about that. So let's allow that poetry to hold its own space. I'll try to be true to that. So as it seemed alive, did you feel drawn into that? Did you feel separated from that? How did you feel?
Oh, I was very much drawn into it. It was as if nothing else existed at the time.
And the visual experience of it, was that also the only thing that existed? Or as it seemed alive, did you also get any other experience?
It was as if it was talking to me, but it didn't have voice.
You didn't hear it.
Right.
You could see it talking to you.
Right.
And was there any felt experience of this?
I think the fact that I went to what we were working on at the time, which was love, was its reminder to love myself. Really was what I took away from that. And I couldn't ignore it.
At the time and as you attended to the leaves.
Right.
In both cases, you couldn't ignore that.
Right.
And the leaves brought you to that experience. And did it seem that there was a connection between those experiences? Or another way, did they seem separate?
They seemed connected because it was, at the time I was concentrating on the relaxation and the awareness whatever the first one was when we were cultivating. And I didn't remember love
Mhm.
exactly, but then all of a sudden it was there. It's
Ah.
like dawned on me.
Wonderful. Well, as I say, moments like this, easy for someone in my position to muck it up with commentary and such. I think it's the directness of the experience that matters, and the unmediated, unchoreographed simplicity of it. It's so powerful. So let that be alive.
Thank you.
I was having a hard time staying with the inquiry for a while. And then so I was like, well, I don't know. And then, and then something got really interesting. Like, no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then after that, I just kept repeating, I don't know. And
Oh, did you? Did you ask and then say, I don't know?
I asked.
Ask and then I don't know?
Yeah.
What is this? I don't know. What is this? I don't know. What is this? I don't know.
Yeah.
Great.
And it felt like the most true answer at
Yeah.
the time. And it felt really good.
Yeah.
Because usually I'm like, I like to know. I like to know about things. I like to understand things. And it was really nice to sit there and just say, I don't know. I don't know. I really feel it.
It's interesting. So much to say about I don't know. We human beings hate I don't know as a species. We really hate it. We will always want to know. We want to know so much that we're willing to do almost anything in order to know, including lie to ourselves about what we know. Been recently getting into psychology and in particular the connection between psychology and economics, because I'm an economist, in case some of you didn't know that. That's some of the training that I've received in my life. Well, there's something called behavioral economics, anyway, they study people. Like, I don't know what economists study, but behavioral economists study humans. And one of the things that comes out of that research is the observation that people, human beings, are very rarely stumped. It's very rare that we feel stumped, that we feel completely confused. Despite the fact that there's an enormous amount of evidence that we have no idea what's going on. That we are very, very poor at predicting the future, at explaining other people's actions, at explaining our own actions, even things that we've done in the past, and even things we've done recently in the past. So we can't explain the present, of course, because it's the present, there isn't time to explain it. We can't explain the future, which you can show, because our predictions are incorrect so often. And we can't explain the past, which you can show because of studying the data and discovering it the way most of us think we explain the past is by actually being somewhat subconsciously perhaps dishonest about what actually happened. And we don't seem to know any of this. Although we know it, of course, we're doing it. But we keep up a constant trick of making stuff up for ourselves to believe and then believing it so that we can feel the comfort of knowing as opposed to what's so very uncomfortable for most of us, which is not knowing. So I really like the phrase, one of the strangest things about people is how rarely we're stumped. It's just amazing how consistent we are in coming up with a story that makes sense to us. Even if in order to get that story, we have to make things up or disregard things that we know. So it's very powerful in terms of becoming an honest person to become comfortable with not knowing. It's also, as you say, very useful for happiness. Because if our happiness depends on knowing, then you can only be happy about a tiny percentage of everything. Because we only know a little tiny bit of everything, but you don't know the rest. So if you can be happy with not knowing, then you get to be much happier than if you can only be happy with knowing. But people, we hold on very tight to the sense that we know. So the kind of experience that you're reporting of the time when we can give in to not knowing and have trust in not knowing is very good. Now, unfortunately, I think for us anyway, we've mostly been trained that not knowing is wrong. It's one of the unfortunate aspects, and I understand. I worked in the educational system a lot, so I understand why it's up the way it is to some extent, and I appreciate that. I have sympathy. But the way that the system is structured, for reasons that are reasonable reasons, is that if you don't know, you're wrong. And I remember I was in a class, and I like to give students coaching on how to do well in school. And it's useful to have information about how to do well in school. And I was teaching a mindfulness lesson, but then there was a little quiz that was given before I did a mindfulness in the first half of the class. I then just waited in the classroom because I was going to meet with the teacher after the class, but she needed to do some stuff, so she did a little quiz. And so I sat at the table with 3 young women, middle school girls, sat with them, and they took the quiz. And they didn't know the answers to a number of questions on the quiz. And I told them what I learned in school, which is a good thing. And if you're working with kids, you should probably teach them this. I said, never leave it blank. Never, ever leave a question blank. Always guess. Just write something down. Because in this system, there's nothing worse than not knowing. To not know, if you don't write anything down, you're going to get 0 points on that question. If you write down a complete wrong answer, you have enormous confidence. You feel totally confident, I'm right about this, and it's totally wrong. You will also get 0 points. So being confident in your ignorance by calling it knowledge and making a case for what you don't understand, this generally actually will get you a few points on that question. So that's actually better than not knowing. The worst possibility in the way we're instructed is to not know. To admit you don't know is crushed. So I told them, just write anything down. Write anything. Anything. And they said, anything? I said, anything. I said, but we don't know the answer. We're whispering here. This is how the conversation was going. No, we don't know. I don't know the answer to the question. I said, it doesn't matter. Write something down. He said, but it's dishonest. It's not true. I don't know I shouldn't give the impression that I know the answer when I don't. These are wise girls. This is incredible. We're going to train that out of them. Cut that off. You're not lying. You're just guessing. You're not lying. You're not saying, I know I'm right. This is the answer. You're just writing down some words, handing it in. Do it. And they did write it down. And they did get some points. Isn't that amazing? I checked with the teacher. Because it's a sort of a long story, but eventually I was somewhat reprimanded. For sort of complicated.
Buddy, you're here to teach mindfulness.
But I was somewhat reprimanded for my advice, for giving that advice. But that was some of the best advice I ever got. I mean, one of my college professors, one of my favorite college professors, was really clear. He said, you know, when I'm grading your exams, my favorite thing, the best thing that can happen is if you write down the perfect answer. And it's well written and all the information is there. I love it. He's an econ professor, where they're clearly right answers. And so you have to write it well, and you have to write it correctly. He said, when you do that, it makes me so happy. The second best thing is when you don't write anything. Because then I know, wrong. 0 points. Yes? He said, that's great. That means I can get back to the football game faster. Thank you. The worst thing for me is when you write a mess of an answer that's kind of true, but mostly wrong. What do I do with that? And then he waited and he said, you understand what I'm telling you, right? I'm saying never leave it blank. Make a mess. Don't leave it blank. A mess will get you more points. Be confident in your wrongness. Just pretend you're not wrong. Lie to yourself if you have to, but write something down. So I'm going on about this because in our world, this is really how we train people. Never don't know. You will be punished for not knowing, which is so strange because great inventions, what does that come from? Somebody trying stuff that they don't know how to do. Great discoveries, where does that come from? Somebody admitting, I don't know, and then exploring. Yes? Yeah. Personal development, what does that come from? Jumping into the discomfort of something that we don't know how to do. On and on, you see, not knowing is the foundation of good things in every direction. Look in every direction, where do the good things come from? Not knowing. Jumping into not knowing. So it's tough that we train that not knowing is a crime. Yes? If you don't know, we will punish you now and you'll have a lower income later. Yes, you'll be shamed. And so a lot of us have a very intense reaction to not knowing. Because what we end up doing then, if we don't know, the thing that happens isn't that we acknowledge the not knowing and then explore. What usually happens instead is that we grab on to an opinion that is poorly thought through, uninformed, and arrogant. And we cling to that and base a life on that. Sorry to go on about this so much, but I feel strongly about it. There was I know another teacher, as I said, I'm in the school somewhat, and I'm connected with that world. And I know a teacher in the Burlington area, and I don't know if some of you are familiar with this, but a lot of stuff is happening right now in those schools. A lot of changes, maybe a lot of discussion about many things. And one of the people who's implementing those changes told a teacher who I know well that she wanted to implement a certain change. So sorry I'm being so vague, but just have equanimity with not knowing. Good to be vague. So in this case, so the person said, this we should implement. I believe we should implement this. And the teacher, who doesn't think that should be implemented, said, here we are in a school. Dozens of students are currently in our view. Point out one student who that will benefit. Really? Interesting idea. Show me one student here who will benefit from that change. One. Can you show me one? She's a pushy person. And she pushed her on it. And the woman who's attempting to implement this change said, and I quote, according to this teacher, she said this, quote, she claimed this is an exact quote. Well, it's just my opinion. Yes? So the teacher said, because she's pushy, which I appreciate, she said, no, it's not. It's not just your opinion. It's these kids' future. It's not just your opinion. And the problem that so many of us have is that we get an opinion and we hide under the view, well, it's just my opinion. But really, we're clinging to it as a truth. And so the good news about inquiry is that it so effectively uproots all that and gives us the opportunity to discard our opinions, which is, for us anyway, one of the most courageous things we can do. And then when we do it, we find it's one of the most pleasant things we can do. We discover that our opinions, which we thought were so useful, were burdens and tricks. So this practice gives us the chance to deeply, in a relieving way, not know. Which may not get us very far in certain parts of the world. You know? So on a test, you have to just know. Consultants.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm a nurse, it's my job to know.
You have to know. Right,
Yeah.
exactly. As a nurse, you will do better in your job, I expect, because it's normal in the world, if you're confident in your wrong opinions than if you're honest about your lack of understanding. Right? In most professions, that's the case. And there's actually a lot of evidence for this. These things have been studied actually very carefully.
Well, yeah, like probably people's estimation of you. People's,
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will hurt people more.
It would hurt people, but
Right.
people would think I was doing the right
And
thing.
you'll get promoted. That's how it'll go. You'll hurt people and therefore get promoted. So that's a lot of how it is. And that's, I think, why we have so much discomfort around this. But we, at least internally, even if we make a show to the world about how smart we are, at least internally, we have to be very comfortable, deeply comfortable of our fundamental ignorance. How deep and how broad our ignorance really is. It's very, very important for our own integrity and for the sake of our society. Even if we make a show. There's nothing wrong, I think, with making that show. You know, sometimes you wanna, sometimes you can actually do more good.
By having people be confident in you.
Right.
Yeah.
But internally, we have to be deeply aware of, comfortable with how ignorant we are. And that itself can be a source of spiritual bliss. Oh. Thanks for giving me the chance to go on about that. Is there anything else you want to say about that?
No, nothing. I guess I have a hard time reconciling the outside and the inside, and those are different.
Yeah,
But
right.
I know I can be more effective showing something that I don't necessarily feel on the inside.
Right.
It's really difficult.
Oh, it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. Yeah, that's something that I think most of us struggle with. I know a lot of people in this room who struggle with that. Yes. I struggle with that on a daily basis. And I don't know the answer. Very important question.
It's all right, I still have confidence in you.
No. No. That was good. I
I think it's interesting though sometimes for me that when I hear someone say, you know, that they don't know the answer, but they can find out, or I'll have to, like, for me personally, it like raises my level of respect for that person, you
Yep.
know?
Yep. Yep. So that says something about you.
Because how could everybody know everything? I mean, yeah.
Right. And that's the statement about your maturity. I think there's a great deal of evidence that most people don't have that reaction. An enormous amount of very clear evidence for that. That in general, that's not the case. So it's wonderful that for you, that is the case. And I believe that if more people had that reaction, we'd be in better shape as a society. If not knowing, exploration, confusion, changing your mind were respected, that would be healthy in many ways for us. A certain US president was interviewed near the end of his presidency and was asked, did you make any mistakes during your presidency? And he replied, no. I did not make one mistake during the entire presidency, during 8 years. And that, we know that was a very popular answer.
Right.
A lot of people felt, oh, wow, I can really have confidence in this person. He went 8 years without making a single mistake. That's amazing.
It couldn't have been in my
It's
lifetime.
likely he made the worst mistake in 500 years.
But my point is,
Right.
it was a very effective answer.
Not for me, it wasn't.
Not for you.
But yeah, yeah, I
You-
get what you're saying, yeah.
So,
But he had so, said it was such conviction. for
yeah,
himself,
such
yeah.
conviction, and then people felt, wow, great. And so I think that what we're doing here is, in a fundamental way, we're revolutionaries because we're revolting against the state of mind that allows arrogant ignorance to run the world. We're directly combating that by sitting here and becoming comfortable with not knowing, increasingly comfortable with not knowing, increasingly functional, actually, with not knowing, which is the next step beyond comfort. We first become increasingly comfortable with not knowing, and then we become increasingly functional within not knowing. We become more and more capable of functioning effectively while not knowing. And for a lot of us, to not know is a paralyzing force. We don't know, so we can't act. But gradually we come to the point of when we don't know and we can act. And then we get to the point when, because we don't know, we act more effectively. Because the fact of our not knowing is more accurate than the illusion of knowing. And that's a very mature state of mind. So thank you for having it. And thanks for working on it here together.
Well, working out, I can't say I'm comfortable with not knowing really. It was a little more of a journey for me in the question, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. I changed the question to suit myself. The question, answer, question, let the answers disappear, question, question, question. And, I might have briefly got to that point of some comfort with the not knowing and being okay with that. And then I noticed I was having my brow was in a fret state, and it was like I could feel my brow and then I was like, oh, okay, hey. And then kind of like the tomato plant, it's like I felt myself trying to get into it deeper. And then I was like, okay, we got to back up a little because that's not working, So it was a little bit more of a, to stick with any comfort that I did get to. It's quite challenging for me. And that's okay. It's good.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's just the way to do it.
Yeah.
The instructions on how to do that technique are very approximate. They're tips more than instructions. And then you go on a journey like that.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Very good. So we'll do one more session. Feel free to stretch, move around, get a little bit of water, whatever you like, and we'll begin. Take a moment to straighten up and settle in. Even as we practice do nothing, or as we say, don't do something, always feel free to adjust your posture. This technique refers to our attention. So we're not trying to do anything with our attention. Not trying to adjust it or improve it. Not trying to change the how or create a what. But we are invited to do something with our posture, with our bodies. So always feel free to straighten up and settle in as you practice. And that way, without intentionally doing it, you will nonetheless increase your alertness and increase your relaxation. And so without going away from the technique, you nonetheless can produce an alert, relaxed state of mind. And you may find that useful. This technique is, in a way, the absence of technique. But in a way, there is a technique. The technique is that if you notice that you're making an effort to control, change, manipulate your awareness, your attention in any way, stop doing that. Drop that effort. The technique we started with was one in which we created the what that we were paying attention to. And we manipulated the how of paying attention to it. In the next technique, observation, we didn't create the what we were paying attention to, but we did work on, perhaps effortfully, the how of paying attention to it. In this technique, we don't create what we're paying attention to. And we don't manipulate how we're paying attention to it. If we notice that we are creating or manipulating through effort, we drop that effort. if it requires effort to drop that effort, then we don't do it. We effortlessly allow effort. As we do this technique, we are not intentionally cultivating concentration. There is no way to get distracted. There's no way to bring our attention back. We are not intentionally cultivating clarity. There is no way to clarify this experience. We're not intentionally cultivating equanimity. There's no way to let go of resistance. If concentration arises, it arises naturally. If clarity arises, it arises naturally. If equanimity arises, it arises naturally. It's as if we're giving nature a chance. We're giving nature a chance to say, I'm alive. We get out of the way and find that we're drawn into the way, but not through effort. As we do this technique, our minds may be totally scattered. That's evidence that we're doing the technique perfectly. Our minds may become obsessive, tumultuous, confused, dissatisfied, self-centered. All of that is evidence that we're doing the technique perfectly. We may become concentrated. We may have insights. We may feel peace, wisdom, love, joy, wonder. We may forget ourselves entirely. All of this also is evidence that we're doing the technique perfectly. We don't even search for effort. We don't even search for occasions when we're making an effort. But if we notice that we're making an effort, to control or manipulate our attention in any way, we drop that effort. And if we can't drop that effort without making an effort, we don't even do that. We are no longer going after something. We're letting something come to us. Without striving and without preference. But if we have a preference, and it takes any effort at all to let go of it, then we allow ourselves to have that preference. We don't even prefer no preference. We let nature function as nature functions. By dropping effort, if we notice that we're making an effort. good. And setting that aside, return to the cultivation of love, friendship, kindness. Do something. Bring forth love. Directly out of doing nothing at all. Very good. And observe. Observe your experience. Not creating love or any other content. Observe your experience. Whatever it is. Very good. And once again, cultivate love. Very good. And once again, inquire. What is this? Very good. And once again, cultivate love. Feel free to stretch or get some water or use the restroom. Any questions or comments, reports?
There's a experience I had which seems to be very active, right?
Mhm.
And it's not comfortable. And I kind of fall out of consciousness. Like it's this falling out of consciousness, best I can say, but it's very terrifying kind of experience.
Mhm.
Which is one of my inquiries, like I said, like, I identify as fear, like
Say again.
terror, kind of
Fear and terror.
that associate with the experience.
Mhm.
And so a lot of my inquiries are around, and my observations around that experience, because it's not something I could sort of move away from, although I played with that too. But what I noticed on when we did the 4, this last round, I found the most easy for me to do was the one where you do something. I found that to be very easy for me, but also the most terrifying, because it felt like I had nothing to hold on to around that feeling. It was just there. And I couldn't do anything with it because I wasn't doing anything. But so that was my.
Yes, I know what you mean. I had a certain amount of that experience today as well. As you put it, falling out of consciousness. Did you actually fall out of consciousness, or did you just have the sense that you might be about to fall out of consciousness?
Well, every time it happened, like I kind of, like, I think, I don't know really the answer to that question. I know that I couldn't sit, like I lost my being able to hold my posture, I guess is what I'm saying. But it just happens for a minute, and then I'm back, kind of. It's not like a long thing.
But did you have the experience of falling out of consciousness?
What's the question?
Did you have the experience of falling out of consciousness?
Today? Did I have an experience of falling out of consciousness? I don't even know how to answer that. I know that I had the experience of losing some control. And I had the experience of the fear associated with losing control. That's kind of the best I can say.
Yes. We certainly are afraid of losing control. We may be afraid of losing control over our physical posture. Yes. And we may be afraid of losing control over our mental posture. Meaning we may be afraid of losing control over our bodies. And we may be afraid of losing control over our minds. And if we're losing control over both, then we're losing our identity. Does any of this resonate?
I don't know. It's so intense that I just. So uncomfortable. I don't really know what. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. That's an answer, but it doesn't. It's right.
Yes, it is that way. It's true. It is that uncomfortable. It's a fundamental resistance, and so it's quite uncomfortable to come up against it. Did you have the experience that you were afraid of having?
Yeah. I did. I'm sure of that.
Mm-hmm. And as you had that experience, as you had the experience you were afraid of having, yes, was it terrible?
Yeah, it's terrible.
And what experience was that?
I lost all my energy,
Mm-hmm.
just in that second.
Mm-hmm. And what was terrible about that?
Helpless.
What? You said
Being helpless.
helpless? You were helpless, you said?
Yeah,
Good. Good answer.
something like that.
And what was terrible about that?
It felt like deep despair.
Uh-huh. Good. So you're helpless and hopeless. And just want to ask again, what was terrible about that? As you had that experience, what was
It's
terrible?
physically uncomfortable.
Of course. And what was terrible about that? You lost all your energy, you were helpless, there was a sense of despair. And what was terrible about that? This isn't just a philosophical question.
Just that I can't stop it. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like it is in control. Like it, I have no, there's nothing I can do about it. And it's uncomfortable.
Why is it uncomfortable to have no control? To have it, whatever that is.
Because I can't function. I'm unable to function in that second.
And why is that terrible? Why is it terrible to be unable to function?
Scary.
Mm-hmm. It is scary. Can you review the experience itself and remember what's scary about it? What's scary at that moment? To not have control, what's scary?
Well, if if I was at home in bed, it wouldn't be scary, but but I have to stay in this position and I can't stay in this position.
Mhm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
So if you had exactly the same experience while you're at home in bed, it wouldn't be scary.
Because I wouldn't have to function.
Wow.
Does that make any sense?
Of course, you're making perfect sense. Are you making sense to you? Does everything you're saying make sense to you?
Mhm.
Well, that's the only person who really matters right now. So if you had the same experience while you were in bed, when there's no need to function, it wouldn't be a terrible experience. Is that correct?
I think so.
Have you ever had that experience under those circumstances?
No, usually because I wouldn't even notice it because I notice it when I have to function.
Mm-hmm. You notice it when you both have to function
I
and
notice the terror when I have to function, yeah, because I wouldn't have that same terror.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I would even have noticed it if I was.
if you were in bed at home and you totally lost control over your mind and your body, it wouldn't be terrifying.
No,
But when you're in a different situation, and you had that experience, right? Can you remember ever having that experience of totally losing control over your mind and body while you're in bed or in other situations like that? When you didn't have to function?
not a lot.
You don't remember a particular occasion when that happened, right?
When I was in bed and I didn't have to function.
For example, in bed, sometime when you didn't have to function and you had the experience of losing control.
I can't think of it now. I can't think of one now.
Okay, so we're not entirely sure that you wouldn't be terrified under those circumstances, but it seems reasonable to think that you might not be terrified under those circumstances. Because for some reason, the thing that's terrifying under these circumstances is that you have to function. So something scary, there's something scary about not being able to function under these circumstances.
Right. That's right.
Do you remember what's scary about that? Did you see an image in your mind of yourself falling down? Did you hear yourself tell yourself something about needing to be in control? Or did the fear just arise on its own without any explanation?
The fear just, yeah. One letter and then a former.
Okay, so in that case, you might feel the fear in bed also.
It's possible.
Because if the fear is just arising on its own, without any thoughts about what would happen under these circumstances, then it's not about these circumstances.
It's possible.
So the fear might arise on its own.
The fear is definitely right there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like if no thoughts are arising, then it doesn't have anything to do with your immediate future. It's not that I'll lose control and then something will happen. It's simply that you lose control, and in losing control, you lose control over your future entirely. You lose control over your life, not just your life under these circumstances, unless there were thoughts about these circumstances.
No, really, that's not circumstances.
So maybe it isn't about the circumstances.
Mm.
Maybe it's about a desire for functioning in general.
Mm.
And the sense that if I don't hold on, functioning will be impossible. Functioning won't happen the right way. Is that true or not?
Well, it's hard to, I just don't function. I don't function in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, am I answering the question? I mean, in that moment, I'm not functioning.
Mm-hmm.
And the terror. in that moment.
Right. And there's the sense that here I am, I just let go, and I'm not functioning, I can't even sit up straight.
It's kind of like that. But it's not a thought, it's just an experience.
Absolutely. It's a sense of it in the moment.
Yeah.
And that's frightening.
Yeah, I can feel it right now, just as you said it. Yeah, fear's right there. Yeah.
And the question that has to be answered at that level is, why is that scary? What is scary about it? It has to be answered at that level of direct experience. What's so bad about you not functioning? Why would that be so bad? Why is it most important that you function? What is it about the experience of functioning?
It's about being helpless against activity.
Yes. Of being helpless.
Something like that.
That's very good. It's eloquent what you're saying. So you feel helpless. And again, we have to deeply ask, in a way that's real, why is being helpless frightening? What is it about the experience of being helpless that's frightening? It's not really something we can think about too much. There's not a lot to think about.
Well, because I was going to go back to because then I can't function, but I guess it's kind
Yeah.
of stayed with that.
There's not a lot to think about. It's something that we explore. Something that we explore directly. And something that we explore directly. As we let go, it's normal that we let go to a certain extent, but not completely. If we let go to a certain extent, then in general, for many people, the sort of thing that you're talking about can happen. Holding on means both that we're attached to something and that we hold on to the power to protect that thing. Whatever the something is. The way we think things should be. Me, my life. Functioning, for example. We hold on to my ability to function. We hold on to that and we protect that. And as we start to let go, often the first thing that we lose is the ability to protect that. But we haven't yet let go of that. So we're still holding on to something, but we've lost the ability to protect it. We have both the holding on to it and the ability to protect it, then it's not so bad. If you only have one, holding on to something, my functioning, my life, my identity, but we have let go of the power to protect it, to defend me and my life and my abilities, that's very frightening. But the question remains, what would happen if we also let go of that attachment, the attachment to my life? This question remains. And it's a question as serious as you're making it out to be. And not a question that's doesn't deserve a glib explanation. It's a bigger question than a clever description. It's a question that we ask directly in the experience itself. In that moment of losing control over my body, losing control over my mind, losing control over my identity, losing control over my future, losing control over my life, losing control over my death, losing control over perception, experience. Losing that control in that moment. We ask, what would happen if this control were lost completely? Would functioning happen? Would life happen? Would death happen? Because we know intellectually, we're all very clever, aren't we? We know intellectually this body is made up of atoms. It's no different from any other atoms, right? This body is atoms, elements, just like the walls and the sky. We know that the energy that moves this body is the same energy. The sun's energy comes into plants and it comes into our bodies. And then it leaves our bodies. And it's one energy. We know intellectually, because we're very clever nowadays, that there's not really an inside or an outside. There's not really a me who has control. There's not really my functioning. We know it because we're smart. That doesn't mean that we've come to terms with that. And if we don't come to terms with that, then we're going to keep on protecting the illusion. And it's because we protect the illusion that we destroy the reality. Ultimately, it's the fear that you're talking about. At the end of the day, it's the fear that you're talking about that's destroying life on this planet. Because human beings aren't willing to face that fear. We want control. We want my life, my identity. And if the real world has to go in order for that pretend world to remain in my attention, so be it. So to face that, to directly have the experience of letting go, not only of the power to control, but of the things that we would like to control. That's a very deep and courageous journey. And it's not one that we can just quip about in clever ways. It's a fundamental question. And so we approach that. We approach that experience. We approach it. And we see how far into this experience can we go. We move into it, and then maybe we pull back. We move into it again, and then maybe we pull back. Then we move into it again. Exploring the loss of control. Directly, not just intellectually, directly exploring. There's no need to rush through that process. There's no need to rush through that process. But we go right into it, exploring. Exploring. What is it that I'm so afraid of losing? And then we practice losing that. Because for most people who go through this, there's good news and there's bad news, let's say. Let's do the bad news. For most people who go through this, it gets worse before it gets better. It gets worse because it's seen that it isn't just when I'm in that state of mind that I have no control and can't protect myself and am helpless. The despair of that experience that you talked about is actually always true. We're never, it's not that you entered that state and then you weren't in control. No, it's much, much more frightening than that. We are not in control right now. It's only that because you were clear, you could see that. It's only because you wiped away the illusion that you could see that. But in fact, everything you saw is always the case. We just maintain the illusion of my functioning. I'm functioning. But in fact, that is simply resistance to functioning. There's a clarity in that that causes us to experience what you might call despair. But you experience it all the time. Horror. But you experience it all the time. And another emotion that you didn't mention, but which you do mention when you realize that it's how it always is, and is a sense of being shocked. Shocked that I've been confused about this. Shocked that I've been fooled. That this is how it is. I can't believe I missed it. And this is such an important experience, what you're talking about, that there's a term for it in Sanskrit, and there's traditions that have looked very closely at this. And that word is samvega. That's a word I talk about all the time. Samvega. S-A-M-V-E-G-A. Samvega. And you can look it up, and you'll discover if you look it up that it's defined as terror, despair, a sense of being shocked, having been tricked by the illusion that I can protect myself. And people have experienced what you're experiencing for a long time.
Did you say, I'm sorry?
People have been experiencing what you're experiencing for a long time. Lots of people have experienced this. The good news is that after it gets worse, it gets better. Because it turns out that it's possible to let go of what we're trying to protect, even as we let go of the effort to protect it. And the question then is that we directly experience the answer to: what is the functioning that arises when I am not clinging to my life? If I'm not clinging to my life, if my life can't be protected and is therefore lost, who functions? We have the opportunity with this practice to directly experience the answer to that question. That person isn't separate from anyone in the world. Easy thing to say, but to realize it, this we train for. This we sacrifice our lives for. And it turns out it's a good deal, because we're going to lose our lives anyway. And to see that there's nothing I can do. This experience of losing control, losing functioning, that experience can't be avoided. It cannot be avoided. There's nowhere you can turn to get away from that experience. Every direction you walk, you're walking towards that experience. Because that experience is unavoidable. It's our nature. So we see that, and yes, then there's a sense of feeling terror. But when we come to terms with that, when we work within that, then we're doing what needs to be done to deal with the underlying fundamental clinging that causes the underlying fundamental suffering, that causes the behaviors that produce injustice and the destruction of life. Because we try to protect my life, we behave in ways that destroy life. My life can be protected. And to see that clearly, yes, it can bring up terror. The point of the practice is to give us the opportunity to work with that terror, to resolve it by seeing through it. And that experience is more important than our society. So don't worry if you have that experience while you're with a bunch of people and you stop functioning. That experience is more important than what those people think about you. So oftentimes, when we hear about this path, we hear about how wonderful it is. It is wonderful. We hear about how peaceful it is. It is peaceful. We hear about how joyous it is. It is joyous. We hear about how it's going to change our lives. It changes our lives. All of that's true. But if we try to get all that without a willingness to go through what you're talking about, none of that's true. as you gain the ability to concentrate clearly, you will naturally experience directly with each experience a sense of joy and peace. Naturally. As your concentration improves, you'll naturally experience a sense of joy and peace. Did you hear that? As you experience more joy and more peace, there will be a calm and a clarity that suffuses your body, that enters and fills your body. Did you hear that? Concentration, joy, and peace. That peace will result in a new kind of experience. It's very clear and very fulfilling. As you experience that more and more fully, then you'll have the not necessary, but the important counterbalancing aspect of experience to the terror that you're talking about. Yes? When you have this sufficiently, you can experience this health in a healthy way. As you experience more joy and peace in your sitting, you can experience more terror and despair in your sitting without losing balance of mind. This is the reality. It's necessary to face this. So we need this to face it. This arises naturally, and we face it until we come to the point when the very experience that you're talking about, literally the same experience that you're talking about, is more joyful than most people ever experience, however many TVs and cars they buy. It's more joyful than that. The very thing that you're talking about, not a different experience. This experience that you're referring to is a sense of astonishing joy and wonder, because we're seeing things as they are. But that direct experience, not the cringing experience that you're referring to, but the direct experience of it naturally awakens us to the wonder of the world, of this. Because of that, we can experience that level of despair and horror in a healthy way. And because of that, we can move through it. So know that what you're talking about is part of it. If we don't face this, Robert Thurman likes to say, most people live a life in which is a constant battle for control between me and the universe. And it's a battle that I know I will eventually lose. You're facing the fact, you're accepting I'm losing this battle. I will definitely lose this one. To face that, but to face it in a way that has concentration, clarity, equanimity, suffusing the experience allows joy and peace to infuse our bodies. Because of that, we can face that in a way that's joyous, and we can stop fighting. And then we can see that the universe was never fighting against us. But the price to seeing that is seeing that the universe was never supporting us. And that's freedom. That's freedom from a self-centered existence. And that has an enormous joy. But we can't have that if, when we enter the path, we refuse to experience this. So, continue with it, trust in it, know that it's highly significant, know that it's been talked about by thousands of people over thousands of years as highly significant. Know that it's something I talk about all the time and try to encourage all the residents here, including myself, to experience more often. And know that in order to deal with it in a healthy way, It's very, very important to cultivate concentration and mindfulness so that automatically you experience a sense of joy and wonder and peace without trying, without aiming to, and without needing to exert control in order to have that. Because you need a kind of joy, wonder, and peace that you have when you're losing control. So the mindfulness, the concentration can give you that. As you gain that, you face this experience more and more deeply. As I said, without rushing, just descending into it, coming back, descending into it, coming back. One of my favorite poems from Zen can be interpreted in many ways, but I'll use it for this in any case. A Zen master was dying, and he was very ill, and was asked, how is your health, your reverence? And he gave a certain answer, which is a koan, which he said sun-faced Buddha, moon-faced Buddha, which means long life, short life. That was his whole answer. It's Zen, and so it's not explained. But a poem was written by a wonderful poet named Setcho about this. And one of the lines in the poem is, well, I guess it's in China, the green dragon. The green dragon is the most scary dragon. Okay? That's an important background. Green dragon is the scariest dragon. And one of the lines of the poem is simply, how many times have I descended into the green dragon's cave for you? How many times have I descended into the green dragon's cave for you? It's a story worth recounting. Clear-eyed practitioners of the path should not take it lightly. So we descend into this cave that you're talking about again and again, because we know that in order to behave, to truly behave on behalf of the world, on behalf of all living things, for you, it said, in order to truly live for all living things, we must cut through our attachment to the perception, my life. Go through it. Go through it. Carefully, without rushing. Cultivate concentration, joy, wonder. And explore going in a little bit. It's okay. A little bit more. It's okay. A little bit more. And do that for the sake of the world. Thank you for being so honest and vulnerable and directly manifesting the experience that you had, which was one of being honest and vulnerable. Let's finish now with the final cultivation. Go ahead and chant. And you can just follow along. If you don't know this chant, it's Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll chant it in just the same way. We'll chant it in just the same way. We'll chant it in just the same way that we do Sunday evenings. It's a chant of wisdom and compassion, so it fits with this discussion very nicely.
Om Mani Padme Hum.
Thank you for your good work. Your practice in this community is very powerful. We're very fortunate to have you come practice with us. Always feel free to come up and have a meal with us, sit with us, just let us know first so that we can be sure it fits into the schedule and our other commitments. We did a lot of techniques today. We had the opportunity to explore many different methods. And the use of that is to apply that in our lives, in our daily lives. And so now we have a chance to apply it as we get up, as we speak with each other, as we leave, as we go back to our homes. We have the opportunity to apply these techniques. And one of the applications, as we discussed earlier, of cultivation is to cultivate good action, positive behaviors that make the world a better place, that bring forth a more just, more healthy world. Actions that care for ourselves, other people, and all life on earth. We have that opportunity as we leave. How can we demonstrate this practice through caring and effective action? So continue on clearly with the practice, and in that way we all as a community, all of us here together, can continue with the practice, receiving support from each other. That community aspect is very powerful. So thank you for coming here together physically. Thank you for joining us from afar, those of you who are doing that. And know that this community here extends outward through our actions. We do have power. We do have the ability to make a difference. What we do matters. And as we clarify our perception with these techniques, our understanding, we also can clarify our behavior and our livelihood. So thank you for joining us in this, and please maintain the practice and the community for the rest of our lives.
Thank you.